Hello again, folks. As the title says, we are back with 7 Days to Die, but it is gonna be probably our last day in this world. Um, Everything I've seen says that hopefully next week the official stable 3.0 build should be coming out, which means we will be moving on to that world. If not, I do have something planned for next week that I can do for the 2 days, and hopefully, the 3.0 will come out soon enough. But if we'll see how that goes. But that being said, today is going to be our last day in this world, kind of going through partially just there's at least one more place we're going to tear down, but there's also I want to see if I can figure out how to, if I have a hole, how to fill that hole, how to balance things up again, so that maybe I can do a little extra with the next one. We'll see. But let's get on into the game here. The main thing I'm thinking, oh, that's right, we have to put crap away. Um, because yeah. All right. Let's grab what we can. All right. Downstairs, downstairs, downstairs. That's downstairs. Those go in there. That's downstairs. That's downstairs. It's there. It's there. Goes there. Downstairs. There. Fail. Get rid of that. Fail. That's a seed. That apart. And that goes. Not that one. That goes there. Alright. Okay. Downstairs. That's what's right. That goes in there. That goes in there. That's downstairs. Sell, sell, sell. Alright. Any more? Let's get sold. Alright, that's I think everything. Crud. Alright, well. Oh, wait, paper had a spot upstairs. God damn it. Alright, wait, legendary parts can go in there. You know, I've got enough of those. One paper was not going to make enough room for me to get what was left in here out of here. Alright. Alright. Eight. I need a total of 11, though. Alright, so... Also wanted to play around with clay anyway, so... Just realize, let's see, would it be... Yeah, there we go. Betting that's all it is. Let me craft one of these. And yeah, considering what it looks like, see, where do I know where I have a hole that I can fill. That's okay, good. Got our answer. We craft clay into dirt to fill in holes. Now, let's get off to that base that we gotta go tear apart. Alright. Start with the tiny building outside here. It's gonna be a lot of things to do, so this place is gonna take a while. I hope we can. The plan is hopefully to get all of this because there's a bunch of different buildings and stuff. Hopefully, we'll be able to get it all taken down today. Just curious, is dirt the only? So we can use small stones to do destroyed stone. Will probably do the same thing. Dirt, crushed sand, and small stone make gravel. So depending on. Oh, there's topsoil as well. That's also just clay, though. Alright. We'll end up playing around, I think, with a lot of that. In 3.0, where we'll... Not so much the specific ones, but we're going to play around with a lot of what we can build. I should have, you know what... I hear it. Oh boy. Like I said, it'll be interesting. See how all this goes when we're in the new world and we're really going through a very big, very different kind of thing. Hey, oh, a boss fight. So Nurse Horde, Prime Weapon, Random Tough Horde with Shock, or White Horde with a shielded boss. I hate shielded bosses, so I can deal with the other two. Alright. Now that that's done... Go. Hey! Oh, that's right. It's a. I forgot that it was a day that we would get a drop off too. All right, let's break this one brick and then we'll go pick up our supply drop. Which looks to have been dropped near the house, so. Good, we'll pick this up, go to the house, drop this stuff off, pick up more drink. Dude, was I at the right spot for it to basically land neck? Damn. Curious if this hurts if it lands on me. No, it goes through me. Alright. I'll take some shotgun stuff. And... oh, sorry, we already got the tier 5 armor crafting. Alright. Alrighty, let's see. That's downstairs, that's downstairs, that's downstairs. It's in here. Let's see. Bullet, 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 bullet. Rock. Here. Those go together. Alright. That'll make this nice and quick. Alright. Before we leave. back to work, and since we've got enough time before we'll have food as an option, drink the coffee to greatly increase our stamina regen. Ah. Then yeah, we gotta work on the outer fence next, so that way I know we can get to the buildings easier. Hmm. This is a small building, so I don't expect anything to fall until we take down the last brick. Oh. God, and this will take so much longer at the beginning of the next one since we won't have a lot of the things we have currently. Yeah. Que sera, sera. New vote. Energized would be amazing right now. Energized would be incredible. Nice. Mm-hmm. That energize would be great, and it is. All right. Yeah, no difference on these between a regular. All right. That's done. I swear, if this whole fence is floating because of... Okay. I'm greatly enjoying 7 days. Um, the 3.0 stable should be coming out next week, I believe. We're gonna be changing up effectively. What I'm doing right now is gonna be the whole theme of when we start 3.0. It's gonna be a whole demolition crew kind of thing, just going in and destroying everything. Yeah, I know it's got the experimental build, but the 29th is when the stable is supposed to hit. And I don't know with the experimental how the Twitch integration stuff is. I'd rather wait until the stable one to stream it. Of course, I say stable. I will definitely say that this game is only so stable. Oh, I can imagine this game is one of those you leave it for a while. They do some updates and changes. I think the 3.0 added like 150 or 50, like a whole bunch of new POIs and a bunch of other stuff. There's more play around that you can do with like zombie stuff and everything. Yeah, 60 POIs, being able to kind of control zombie AI in the world and a few other things as well. It's a lot. Oh, nice. I didn't see that stuff yet. A lot of it I was trying to have, like, I'm trying to not look too much into it because I want to, when we start the stream, kind of see more of it, like, first person. That's why it's, like, as much as it's looking at the stats and being like, well, okay, if I'm going to do this demolition thing, then I need Miner 69er to help with that. I haven't even looked at what the stat changes are like. Of course, you still will probably have weird things like this, that there is nothing that should be holding this gate up, and yet it is floating here. And the weird, like some of the weird physics, whatever, it's the way stats and stuff work, because of crafting as well. But dear God, the level of, I have taken things apart and had weird stuff. It shouldn't be. These had one more tier above that would have been what connected them to the roof. Because if I drop... Oh, wait. Okay. How... They had the tier above that should have been connected. How was that... Whatever. AI weird. Yeah, it was that window frame, wasn't it? Like I said, that I can understand. You're dealing with blocks. Weird aspect of my computer sometimes. You're dealing with weird blocks that are, even though they're only taking up like this much of the, the block is this big and they're only taking up this much, it's still a block that's this big, so it counts for collision purposes. I can understand all that. Again, this is probably somehow connected to this. Oh. I've definitely had those moments of just like I tear apart the entire bottom of a building and I'm like, why is it still floating there? What is the thing that I missed that is attached? So yeah, that I'm sure is still gonna be a thing. Just because that's how game physics tend to be. But, yeah, no reticle is the big one there. Like, Warrior, the different difficulties, I can understand how they can be a challenge. But also, losing your reticle to know, like, unless you've got, like, my monitor that I use to stream, if I wanted to, I can turn on a center crosshair. So, I can be no reticle, but still have a reticle, and that, which is just cheese, and I'm like, I wouldn't do that. Alright, we also need to probably break this. That'll help disconnect. Question is, this should be 2 blocks. I want to say that this is far enough away. I hope it is. Yeah, on the default difficulty that this is at, doing this, I'm at a point now, even nighttime doesn't matter in this world, so that's why I was like, 3.0 hits will drop it over to it. Though, if I'm wrong, like every estimate says that 3.0 is supposed to drop on the 29th. So either way, I'm making this my last day on this, but if I am wrong and it doesn't, I have a plan then, next week, because I've been playing a lot of Destiny 2 as well, considering, yeah, I want to support the game, even though it's gone away. Then what? And I have next week should in Destiny be when the Grasp of Avarice dungeon is the one of the weekly featured dungeons. And I have a great need to get that entire armor set on my hunter for that game. So if next week it turns out that the 3.0 stable isn't out yet, I'll probably end up doing runs of Grasp of Avarice on my hunter on Thursday and Friday to try to get a full armor set of the tier 5 one, because I found a broken thing out with that set that I can't wait to use and abuse in the game to make my hunter oh so much more interesting for certain end game stuff. And I actually almost want to see what it does in PvP too, if I can get the things to spawn. Alright. Let's take out all these internals. God. And then actually I should leave that. I should take out the back here first. Oh. Alright, yeah, we're low enough on both. Let's do the full. Almost should have done the cheese. I brought a bucket with me, but I don't need to worry about smell that badly right now. Here, you, where are you? She's the one that the only annoyance with her is if she screams. So then we gotta deal with a whole freaking horde of them. Alright. I don't know how that's working, that as I'm taking out the ones that are getting closer to the edge is falling, but whatever. Other than because they're farther away technically from this, as this weakens, that falls. There we go. Yeah, somehow that building was holding that fence up. Yeah. Which is how I think I've also managed to get some of the crashes that I've gotten. Um... Like, I don't expect any of these buildings to crash it. Though, if that roof does manage to keep enough of this together, we could. Also, this thing might. Actually, now that I think about it, this thing, if I take out all the supports, this thing falling might. There's been enough points of, like, if enough blocks are falling, especially if that screamer comes as well, so we also get a horde of zombies, it has 100% crashed the game. Like, you get this weird setup of all the blocks coming down, just the system can't handle all that physics. Come here, you. The hell are you running? Alright. It's almost time for our first break. Let's finish. I can easily finish this wall. Because, yeah, it's the combination of stuff breaking, and it's like all these blocks are now broken and sitting kind of precariously, and then you have, like, the bottom ones that start, or, the groups of them that start to change, which pops a bunch of the other one, and it wrecks the system. But, alright, that is a good spot. Like I said, we'll pause here, take a quick little commercial break for the ads, so people don't get pre-rolls. And when we come back, well, we've still got quite a few buildings left to take apart in this, ranger outpost, or fire outpost, whatever it was. See you guys in a little bit. Alrighty, we are back. So let's get back to tearing this place apart, shall we? Um, hmm. Grab that. Now. Let's break this down. Because even though I'm not going to go all the way to the ground with this, just because I'd have to go underground to do that. This is still high enough. It could potentially support things, so. All right. These internal supports. It's weird. I know it's supposed to be sort of like a reflection, but it looks like it's just semi-transparent. Which actually may be how they did it, is they just made the thing a little transparent so you can see through to represent the reflection. Oh. Alright. Reason we got the blackstrap coffee. Alright. Now with that done, screw it. Let's take these fences out. I'm not going quite as stupid with this one as I could. Like I said, we will definitely be doing a lot more in the way of tearing things apart in 3.0. Like, it's one of those things where I wish I had a hard hat, because the idea is we are cosplaying in 3.0 as a one-man demolition crew being sent in to basically tear apart all the abandoned buildings and prep the land back to be ready to be sold off to new people and let them do what they will in trying to survive in an apocalypse. Hence why we'll also be building our own HQ wherever we want, because we get to claim land for ourselves as part of it. Get to get ourselves some somewhat prime real estate. Uh, yeah, like I said, I thought I started to tear this stuff apart and I enjoyed it. I'm like, this will be fun. This will be interesting to do a whole new world where from the beginning we're basically just tearing apart every POI like I'm doing right now, but even further down to its roots. No, I should get on some Final Fantasy stuff at some point, but between I've been busy with a lot of different stuff. One, in general, I've had Destiny almost all month because I'm sorry, I feel like with what's happening, it's hard to support Marathon right now because it does I feel like a lot of people that Bungie was unfortunately required to give up Destiny for Marathon, and I definitely prefer Destiny. And like, let's face it, big companies, the only thing that they ever get really guided by is optics. So the more people that are on playing Destiny 2 every day, the more they can see large active number player bases doing stuff every day, the more likely they'll be eventually realize how much they messed up by getting rid of Destiny 2 and might actually finally approve some kind of Destiny 3 product. And I've always enjoyed Destiny. And kind of hate to see what's happening. That's why, like, the week that the Monument of Triumphs dropped, I spent that entire week playing Destiny 2 on stream even. And like I said, typically most days when I am done streaming here, yeah, I stop, I have dinner and I have a few things, and I don't do as much at nights, but I try to get on and do a little bit here and there on Destiny almost every day. Just because. Yeah, well, but that's the thing. It's all about the optics. If the optics look bad, they'll never do it. At least if people are supporting it and playing the game and showing the player base that's available, you have a better chance with higher optics like that. And but the biggest thing is it has to be sustained optics. We can't see all of the Destiny 2 optics because Bungie has never been fully transparent with like console numbers and stuff like that on Destiny. But there've been the reports, at least on from SteamDB, because that is easily accessible, of how Destiny, the first 2 weeks since Monument of Triumphs, Destiny broke um a daily active user player base of 100,000 every day for 2 weeks on Steam. And unlike Marathon, where like 70 to 80% of its player base is on Steam, Destiny has a good 60 to 70% of its player base on console. So if Steam is getting those kind of numbers, with who knows how many actual active players on Steam, just a daily concurrent player numbers breaking 100K. Well, see, that's the thing. Since it's a live service game, the number stuff is on the weirder side. Mind you, we did see a big boost when the collection dropped. It was at a huge sale, but they did have a point where Destiny was on Steam was the second highest selling game with the collection sale for that. You do get a little bit of bring in because you do have silver, which obviously can bring in some of that stuff. And I would encourage people who have the money, who see something in the collections that they want to buy. Yeah, that's part of optics. Buy the silver, spend it on a collection item you want if you have the money to. Obviously, don't put yourself in any kind of financial thing like anything else for it. Well, that's the thing. Destiny is one of those, like, it's not a freemium game. It's the, like, you do have to pay for a lot of for the expansions and stuff like that. That's why the collection was so good, because that gave you all the collections and the dungeon keys and everything. So we definitely had a decent number of sales. And if there's the one thing of at least a large active player base, because Destiny isn't a free game, as much as they say as Destiny 2 is quote unquote free for the base game to download. Most of the content you have to pay for. If you have that large a player base of people playing it, releasing a new expansion will be where you will get that kind of number growth. So part of it is dependent on what the optics were like and how many people who didn't already have everything bought the collection. Because that's the downside with that collection. The collection is one of those, if you already have it all, the collection doesn't do anything to you. Whereas if you did, the collection obviously was worth it. So it is one of those, it is hard to see the optics on our end. But Division 2 was one of those, it doesn't exactly have no, not really. Because obviously all the people who already bought the game spent anywhere from $60 to $100, depending on the different expansions, for each of those expansions. Unless they bought them when they were on sale. So active players, well, they do an expansion almost every year. So like a little over a year ago was when the Year of Prophecy came out. No, not that. Oh boy. I missed that there was a vote. Die, bear. Oh. Because we were talking. Not your fault. I just completely missed the vote thing. But it's one of those, like I said, to take Division 2 as an example. For a live service game, you have to look at the daily player base to get an idea of potential sales, because while there is some of it in like cosmetics and stuff like that, and that is something to keep an eye on, most of their money is gotten from the yearly expansions. Yeah, that's always how that kind of stuff is, but it's one of those, it all depends on the active player base. If you have a large enough active player base where it's worth it to make the expansion to get the sales, then that's part of what keeps things going. So even without them, what you know, their current stuff, if everybody that's currently playing either already has all the product or bought the collection to pick up the stuff that they didn't have, so everybody, you have a large player base that has that current setup, then building an expansion, sure, you may not get everybody if the idea and some of the stuff behind the expansion doesn't look good, or they might wait, some of them might wait for a sale or something like that, but it's at least worth looking into and keeping it going. And that's the big thing. Like you I A lot of people have been talking about uh who have friends in the industry and talk to other people who develop. The whole thing going on with Destiny 2 makes no sense to so many people in the industry as to why Sony and Bungie are dropping it. The only thing that um in my mind, from talking with friends, sort of makes sense is Sony has sort of been burned by their support with Destiny before, and now that they own Bungie, they want to make Bungie drop Destiny for Marathon, and they're what is officially a Sony uh um IP. Oh, that door might actually support more because of the way it's set up. Let's get rid of this door just in case. All right. Is there anything? No, nothing along here. All right. Good to finish tearing this apart. Hmm. Let's get our actual food and drink levels up. Yeah, no problem. Um, but no, like what I was talking about with Destiny, is our Division 2 had this. When the Warlords of New York came out, or a little bit before Warlords of New York came out, Division 2 was dying, or was going to be over. Like that was going to be the end of it. They weren't going to do any more with the game. The series was going to be done. And then one of the developers, who was keeping an eye on the optics of things and what have you, went to the higher ups and showed them, a bit of like what, player numbers were looking like for the game. And because it had gotten out, like, in this same way that's happening with Destiny, except well before the actual end, Division had gotten out that Division was dying. And the players rallied behind the game and started playing it again. Because even though they may have temporarily moved on to other games, they loved Division 2 and, didn't want to see it go. Which is sort of what is happening with Destiny right now, where even though the game is effectively going away, a lot of players don't want to see that happen, even though they're not playing it right now. And what ended up happening in Division was enough of them kind of rallied behind it that this developer was able to show the higher ups that there was definitely still interest in the game. And look what's happening now. Yeah, and that's the thing. Destiny is a live service game, so the whole, like, some of the aspects of what you would look for to try to see it, that's not how a game like that works. You have to kind of support it in the bad times to get everything from the good times as well. Mind you, Bungie's been making mistakes with the game. Well, see, that's the thing. Live service games are a whole different kind of beast in the world of gaming industry. Where a lot of them just aren't going away. And that's, as much as you go by standard, wait, where'd the fat guy go? The hell happened? What the? How did you get on the other? You can duck through that and I can't? That's bull. Like, live service games have a very different way that their life cycle tends to go. Um, like, look at early MMOs. Like there's some that have gone, but usually something weird happens. So it's like Final Fantasy 11 didn't technically die until after 14 came out, but 11 made way for 14. Um, World of Warcraft is still going strong. Um, RuneScape kind of did their weird stuff and eventually came back to old school RuneScape. Um, Siege has been going on for over 10 years. Because at this point, as different as it is, I'd consider Rainbow Six Siege a live service game. Um, like a lot of them, if they've been able to, mind you, there is an early time. They have to manage to build an initial player base, which Destiny definitely had that initial big player base. They kind of just go on, and yes, they'll have their ups and downs, but you use those as learning experiences to then make the next one, because what you end up happening is, with those cases, is like, yeah, and there is part of the costs on it, but it takes a lot less money to work on to keep a live service game going than to start development on a whole new game. Give me 1 second. I gotta take my last of my antibiotics. Which I do find it funny that I'm here playing a zombie game where antibiotics are a thing that keeps you from being infected. And here I am taking an antibiotic because I just had metal put in my mouth. But yeah, typically live service games, yes, you have to pay people to work on it, but that's a yearly thing, and the game comes out with yearly expansions. Whereas when you're developing a new game, there's a lot more people that come into, and a lot bigger portion that a brand new game has to go, so there's a lot more cost, especially because a brand new game has years of development before it goes out, as opposed to a single year of just, here's the things to add to the existing game. Which again is why it's like, why are they doing this? Because now by killing Destiny 2, anything new is going to cost a heck of a lot more. Whereas if they had just kept with it, especially with some of the stuff that's happened, like a lot of why the player base is so big right now for Destiny 2 is the quality of life updates that came with this final update called Monument of Triumphs is the things people have been asking for. The game is now in a state where what it has is what people have been wanting to play from it for a while, where if a new expansion came out that built upon, like, left what's now there and built on the story and everything, it would have been huge. And again, would not have required anywhere near as much work as now is going to be required for a Destiny 3, if they decide to ever bring the game back. It's just one of those things that feels so weird on so many different levels. Especially because, like, yes, Destiny is a looter shooter, but it is such a unique experience within the looter shooter genre that it's it's basically gonna leave a gap um of genre in the gaming industry. To where, who knows, by the time another Destiny game comes out, even if and again, if another Destiny game ever does come out, with it gone, there's a better chance that outside of like, because even Warframe, you can't really consider a Destiny like. There's certain aspects of it, sure, but it's not. It's not a looter shooter. It's not. You don't get loot in that the same way. Destiny, and like Borderlands and stuff like that. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's leaving a gap that will be filled eventually. And that's going to be the biggest problem, and why, like I said, people are wondering why Sony did this, because it's like, eventually some competitor is going to come out with a game that's going to fill this vacuum. And if Sony and Bungie don't bring Destiny back before then they're going to completely lose whatever audience they could have had from it. It's just one of those weird things. I mean, Sony, at least, if Sony and Destiny makes, or if Sony and Bungie make Destiny, at least with that, you have a currently known idea of, hey, Destiny 3, yes, we're gonna have to put, I think the estimates were basically like $500 million to make a Destiny 3. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say. You would expect that the audience will come back, but it depends. If they don't greenlight a Destiny 3 for a year or two, and then we've got to wait another 2 or 3 years from that greenlight to where it could be 5 years from now before we see a Destiny 3. There's a 50-50 chance that, one, a portion of the audience that would be there for Destiny, yes, you'll have a bunch of them that'll come back, but there's gonna be people who they've moved on at this point. They're done with Destiny was gone. They finished up. They're not gonna come back just to potentially have that taken away from them again down the road. And they'll have moved on to another game that they're giving their support to. And the same is true for content creators. We're in a time now where content creators, where streamers and stuff like that, are a huge, huge part of a gaming community. And if with Destiny 2 in its final setup, you might keep some of them playing the game. But new players aren't typically the target audience aren't the target audience for a live service game. Live service games, you want to keep your existing players. If you don't have enough, you need to bring in new players, but your target is your existing player base, not new players. Which has been part of what people have been having issues with Destiny 2 so much with. A lot of the stuff they seem to be doing is meant to target new players, but they're targeting, the way they're doing it hasn't been good, which is what caused the problem. Like the Portal. When Edge of Fate came out and they brought the Portal and they did everything, the Portal could have been great, but it was done and implemented in such a horrible way that it was just confusing and bad and, didn't help. And the new player experience in Destiny has been horrible. Well, again, not in a live service game. Sure, they might buy the old stuff, but the old stuff, when they won't get into a game like that until the old stuff is on sale, to where they're getting all of the old stuff for less than a existing player paid for it then. And a new player isn't likely to get the new expansion when it comes out if they don't know if they're even going to like the game. Especially because while the expansions are the content, Destiny 2, the base game, is free to play. So the new players for Destiny 2 aren't putting money into the game to try it. They're putting money into the once they have become a stable player and they know they enjoy it, that's when they're putting money into the expansions. So again, new players are gonna come based off of just how the experience is, and the new player experience in Destiny 2 was not great. And they failed to ever work on updating the new players, which shows that Destiny, they weren't trying to bring in new players. They were trying to work on keep their existing player base. It's all of these things that just... Oh, yeah. If they do a new one... Again, my biggest worry with the new one, like I said, is that the vacuum will be filled before we get a new one. And the other issue with that is, especially right now, this is the sad side of it. We've already gotten the reports, and Bungie has let go because they don't have any projects in incubation ready for a large development team. They have let go of pretty much their entire Destiny team. And parts of the Marathon team, because it's now no longer in the needs a big team for development stage. It's now in the more stable live service. Can be done with a slightly smaller crew. So they let a lot of people go. There were a lot of layoffs. There were some higher-ups that also, because of the way the Sony buyout was, took this point in time. They stepped down and stepped away and get their lucrative Sony package because of it. To where Bungie is more than likely, like, I think there were over 800 employees before this. More than likely, they are below half that now. So, if it takes them a while, like, it would be great to see another Destiny, but if they take a while before they do that, that's the other issue. It will be potentially a completely different team working on it, because those developers may go to other studios, be at other studios by then. Because obviously they have to make a living as well. And there's so many levels with development of games. With a completely different development team, it could be a better game. It could also be a worse game when you now have a different development team behind the whole thing. So, we're in this weird... I don't know. So, the buyout from Sony was several years ago, and it's hard to say that, like, yes, Bungie as a studio might have been in some rough states, but Sony bought Bungie for $3.6 billion. You don't pay that much on a company if the game is in that bad of a state. There obviously was stuff there. The game has the legs and everything. It's just recent years, unfortunately, have been hit or miss with the expansions because of mechanics and stuff they've done. That's every live service game. Destiny has been known, like Destiny 2 came out with Red War and the Warmind and Curse of Osiris expansions. And it, like, yes, people bought it because people enjoyed D1, but the player base left. They fairly quickly. They didn't enjoy, like, the story for Red War was good, but a lot of the mechanics, the things they did when they updated and shift, people didn't like it. Then Forsaken came out. And the people who left and the people who were still playing wanted to give the game another chance. They bought Forsaken, and Forsaken was a whole 180 flip on the gameplay and everything, and it brought so many people back in. And you would have this, they'd release an expansion or two that, didn't do so well, and then they'd have an expansion or two that would bring people back, that would start to bring the people back and the numbers back. It would go back and forth. Edge of Fate, sure, was not a great... The Year of Prophecy, Edge of Fate was not great. Renegades brought some people back, and Edge of Fate and Renegades are two expansions in the 1 year, because this last Year of Prophecy, they changed with that as a part of the setup thing for it. But the year before that was Final Shape. And Final Shape was one of the best years, it was one of the best selling expansions, and it brought a lot of people back for its story. The episodes afterwards saw people drop away because they didn't like where that story was, but Final Shape had the sales it did partially because it was the end of the Light and Darkness saga, so people wanted to be there, play the ending, and do that. So, it, like any other live service game, it has its good expansions and its bad expansions. And it's not like the last several years they've had nothing but bad expansions. So, again, especially with the fact that Year of Prophecy was, here we are, we've just finished the Light and Darkness saga, we've ended the story. And instead of ending D2 there and starting a new game to tell a new story, we get the Year of Prophecy that starts up this whole new large arcing storyline and then kill the game off the first year into it. Which is another aspect of why people are like, this makes no sense. I said, there are rumors that fly about, and where the truth is so hard to see, because there's a level of, like, supposedly people inside Sony hate Bungie because they blame Bungie for why Sony has been in this kick of developing live service games, but Sony denies that. It's like impossible unless you work for the company and work in the right spots. Finding out the truth of what's going on is never going to happen. We're left to just kind of do our best to try to figure it out from whatever few clues we get. And everyone is just kind of confused by the situation. All right. we're gonna do the bigger breakdown for this building. Than we've done for previous ones. Because I want to see how long it'll take to also break down this. Plus, I'm curious if there's actually anything down below this. So, let's make a lot of noise here in a second. But yeah, it's one of those, it's going to be weird to see. And it's just been this oddball place. And in my mind, the way I see it, we've got new generation consoles on the way. Steam Machine aside, because the Steam Machine looks not worth it now that we know the price for it. I have to look fully into the stats again, but it's one of those that has definitely been hitting from a lot of people, the point of like, this thing costs way too much money for what it's supposed to be. And people are saying, like, well, it's a console, Valve should be selling it at a loss, but the problem is, Valve is not a closed, as much of a closed-off system as an Xbox or a PlayStation is. If you're, when you're in the Xbox marketplace, you are closed off. You can't do anything on there but what's Xbox, and same thing with PlayStation. Whereas the Steam Machine, well, sure, I could pay over $1,000 for the Steam Machine and pay my Steam games on there. Or I can build a computer and buy and play my Steam games on a computer and possibly save money. Yeah, and that's the thing. It is a PC, and and that's the other thing. Apparently, because it's a PC, even though it's going to come with SteamOS, just like the handheld, you could put Windows on it. So there's nothing in the Steam Machine that's going to actually keep people using SteamOS and Steam to buy their stuff. They can just put Windows on it and then get access to the other marketplaces. Yeah, I know the cost is due to supply chains, and that's part of it. But it is one of those things. It's not... The Steam Machine isn't a console, and people who are looking at it as a console and saying that it should be sold under cost or at a loss because it's a console, forget that other consoles force you into a market where the Steam Machine doesn't. They're losing money on... They can still lose money on the Steam Machine even if people buy it. Not a lot of people are likely to buy it. Because you don't want to sell it too under cost, because a lot of people have said, since you can put Windows on it, nothing is going to stop companies from buying a bunch of them to fill out certain things. Yeah, it'll depend on what happens with availability of different materials. If the price does drop and we get better versions, then it won't be as much of an issue. But if the price stays where it is, it's like certain other Steam things. That was a neat idea. Let's now go on to something else. Steam doesn't need it to make money. I mean, like I said, Steam's on computer. They make plenty of money from games already on PC. And like, the timing of the Steam Machine is the thing that makes the least sense. If everything is true about the next Xbox having Steam on it, why do I need a Steam Machine? I can buy an Xbox and get both Xbox and Steam games on there. If I wanted a console experience. But what I was gonna say, Steam Machine aside, I think all expectations is next year we should be getting our next generation of consoles. So the PlayStation 6 and whatever the next Xbox is going to be called. And if that's the case, if we do end up seeing new consoles next year, then for Destiny specifically to probably get its best setup would be to either do a D1, just a D1 remaster, or what people have talked about, and mind you, you would have to play around with doing this the right way, because you don't want to overcharge and alienate too much of the player base by doing it, but turn D2 into Destiny Infinite and add expansions into D2 that bring back all the lost content that we have from it. Because D2, right as it sits right now, there's things in D2 from launch that we can't play in D2 anymore, which is another thing that has annoyed a lot of people. Like I said, there's a D2 started the feeling of or was one of the first games, I believe, to do the whole FOMO thing in gaming. That has become a very huge and annoying trend. And I know there's a part of people that would love to see the game just to have access to everything again in the game. And obviously a Destiny Infinite that would maybe be a one-time purchase, but would let you bring back all the D2 stuff, and then even bring in more of original Destiny into Destiny 2 for different planets and story and stuff like that. There would be a big chance of a surge of stuff for that. But like in my mind, the best way to keep the player base for an eventual D3 is to make sure that D2 becomes as full of an experience of everything as possible. That was my thought. That was one of my thoughts, was doing like a WoW Classic thing of like, quote unquote, calling it Destiny Infinite, and make it something you need to initially purchase for access to, but effectively giving you just a second spot, a second server thing, um, in the like Destiny Classic kind of concept. But it's again, Destiny is a weird enough thing that it's hard to know on a larger scale what would work and what wouldn't. Um, and like of creators, or I should say of creator communities, there's a couple on here that are like a couple the really big ones that would be, if you're not going to do in-game polling like Asdacross has kept saying that people should, or that Destiny should, there's at least a couple of communities that Destiny or Bungie could reach out to try to get, you know, hey, let's talk with within this community and see what it thinks of this, that, or the other. But unfortunately, even before they could do that kind of polling to get an idea, Bungie would probably have to get Sony's approval, be like, hey, we want to do a D3, but beforehand, to increase and get the player base really back and keep things going for a bit, we want to do either a classic or, you know, do these things. If we get a poll and a setup showing what the support of that going through a couple of things, and we get to see, get you optics on it, would you approve either of those ideas? Because, like, they've been pitching D3 and different Destiny stuff apparently for a couple of years now, and Sony keeps saying no. Which, again, is the reason why people are confused on what's going on. Because, like, it's not that Bungie hasn't been trying to get something approved and get going. It's Sony keeps telling them, no, we're not going to do it. Supposedly. Again, I am going off of what I've found from different content creators and on servers and the bits I've read, and I don't know how much truth is behind any of it. And this is the big problem. I don't know if it's Bungie higher-ups or Sony that have been killing it, but somebody in one of them has been killing Destiny, and it's not hard to believe that it's Sony. But it is 2:30. Let me go ahead and take another quick break for ads so the pre-roll doesn't happen, and we can continue on with this and whatever discussions. Like I said, I love talking about different things. It's just Destiny's been the talk right now because sad to see the game go. But I'll be back in a bit. All right, I am back. Um, and so I will say, well, there was the last of my Stitch falling out. Um, Sony and both Sony and Microsoft have hit that state of they'll put single player games solely on their network, not multiplayer games. And a Destiny 3 would still more than likely be a multiplayer game. So waiting till the next gen consoles come out to release that doesn't seem as likely. Like I said, I can understand waiting until the next gen to do a quote unquote remaster of like D1, to be like, hey, here's a remaster for the PlayStation 6 and whatever Xbox is, and now finally bringing D1 to PC as well. Like, I could see that. But again, if that were the case, then that would be an incubation project that they would be working on and be keeping people around. As much as I would like that to be a thing, it's obvious it's not. Or the consoles are far enough away that it's too soon, but I can't imagine that the next gen consoles are that far away. Actually, if I'm gonna pause quick just to look up when. Yeah, because the PS5 released in 2020, as did the Xbox Series X and everything. And the consoles are typically at about a 7-year ish cycle. Which is why everybody's in that, like, we should be getting our next gen consoles soon. But while that's the thought is that we should be, and obviously we've been having talks about it, I don't know if the companies with the AI bubble right now stealing RAM and a lot of materials. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. The supply chain is going to help kill a potential launch again. Like, 2020 got killed by supply chain because of COVID. Like, COVID popped. We had COVID, and sure, we had the initial launch and had okay number of consoles, but the companies were struggling to keep up production because COVID put so many restrictions in so many places that messed up supply chains. And now, while it's not a pandemic causing the problem, we have a different supply chain issue with the AI bubble that will hopefully find its fix soon. But yeah, we might not get consoles next year. They might get pushed back based off of what, they see as their available production for those items. But again, it takes a couple, even for something like a D1 classic of like, hey, we already have the story and certain things. We just have to upscale the existing art a bit, do a few changes to gameplay. It's still going to take a couple of years, especially because if you're putting it on a new console and PC, while you could use the engine that Destiny 2 is currently on, I'd be less surprised to see that it's like, we're going to do a D1 classic and we're going to use a brand new engine that we want to be the engine we use going forward for like a D3. So you'd have years of development. Like, the biggest thing killing the possibility of anything Destiny right now is the fact that they fired all those developers. Or laid off, whatever you want to, however you want to say it. The fact that they have downsized Bungie has been downsized to the point that it has, means there is truly nothing being worked on for that. And like I said, Marathon's not a bad game. But the extraction shooter market is a much much more finicky market to fit in right, and Marathon has been like between the two extremes, which is causing it problems. Like, Marathon can't decide if it wants to be a hardcore extraction shooter like Tarkov, and that's sort of how it started. But they're now adding in PvE and stuff like that as well, and trying to add in more casual extraction shooter stuff, which you can't be both. It's gonna be just one of those situations of who knows what's gonna happen over the next couple of years with this stuff, and we may unfortunately be seeing the death of Bungie. Because as poor as the numbers may have been for Destiny, yeah, you have a good one too. But yeah, it's one of those things of, as poor as Destiny's numbers may have been, Marathon hasn't gotten anywhere close to the worst numbers but Destiny has ever shown. They are just, well, they maybe have gotten close, but they're just staying under what Destiny does on its own. So again, that's the other reason people don't make sense of this. But eventually I gotta figure out other, like, it's not that I'll ever stop playing Destiny, but I gotta figure out some other stuff to do at points too. Because I don't want to burn myself out on that game. My god, I need a cough drop. There's no way this is holding it up. This is obviously blocks enough away that that's not holding it. Oh boy. We'll see if we'll be taking this fully down. I gotta... other buildings, and we've only got a few hours left, so... There it is! Alright. We should knock that down next. Oh, wow. It almost completely stayed, Yeah, let's drink the coffee to get the stamina regen up. Oh. Holy cow. Damn, we've gotten resources out of this. Alright. Ah, crap, she screamed. Just because I want to see something. Okay. Just cosmetic, nothing actually underneath there. That's good. Alright, let's finish breaking this wall down. Well, I mean, what? Got 2.5 hours, and the 77th is our next horde night. Might we actually see one more horde night before we leave? Yeah. back up. There we go. Another part of this place destroyed. Not, again, to the level that we'll be doing it with 3.0 stable, but still not bad. All right. Take that apart. Also, okay. Now, because I want, while I'm doing this, I don't want... this thing this noise and everything causing any issues. Let us take this apart. What, mad that I took your generator apart? Sorry, it was gonna cause a problem. Technically, it was causing a problem of noise and everything, so had to get rid of it. Oh, hey. Well, that can now fall. We grab the thing off of there. Don't think I missed anything else that was up here. Um... Alright. Yeah. I doubt there's anything actually up there, so we can leave this. Alright, now. Get rid of the bottom of these internal walls. Though I just realized. Wow, immediate attack vote again. Tourists, lions, or random? Alright, that's the internals down. Alright, let's see what we gotta deal with. That was easy enough. Alright, now. First off, that goes there, and that goes there. Alright. Start in this corner. Alright, so that's the fencing down, so that way we have a little bit more leeway. Alright. Hmm. All right. Not quite where we're gonna start seeing full drops, but we should hopefully be getting close to where we'll start seeing some stuff fall and break away. Those ones are good. This one. God. The tiniest little square of a thing that could be supporting. Let us move that a little further away. Oh, silly vote. Silly Sounds Dance Off or the ever hated Home Run Derby. Please, just, Silly Sounds actually would probably be the best right now, just because then you'll get all of the stupid squeaky hammer noises as I'm chopping and breaking things until this falls. So unfortunately, the final debris doesn't make the same silly noises. Oh. Are we gonna get a crash, or are we good? We're good. No, get off my bike. Hey, 32. All right. Home run derby done. Honestly, that is one of the things I would like in this game. Just the ability to have a little bit more direct control of what can and can't be brought in certain votes. Welcome. As you can see, we've taken down some buildings. But this place still has quite a ways to go. I did, in doing a very quick research, realize my one mistake in the fact that, here is how you fill in holes. Well, not so much grass seed, but... No, I have... So... One of the featured dungeons next week in Destiny should be, Grasp of Avarice. Which, for one of the things I'm doing in that game, I kind of need that armor that comes out of that dungeon. So if 3.0 doesn't drop, I'm going to be playing Destiny 2 and doing that. For all intents and purposes, this will be, as the title says, our last day in 2.6. We'll figure out ways to fill the hole until 3.0 drops if it gets delayed. Okay. Oh. So, I did want to let you know, Not that I would be necessarily making this character for any immediate game. Um, but again, outside of subclasses, I discovered another fun D&D build that I do want to try at some point. Because I'm like, okay, if you play, like, barbarians are one of those, it's hard to think of, like, what you can do multi-class that would be interesting. And I know this has sort of been done before, but I realize just how much worse it is in 5.5 to do a barbarian rogue. Like, rogue seems to do well with all the other classes. But just like, especially with like the shifter thing and everything, to be able to, because sneak attack does not require you to attack with dexterity, it just requires the weapon to have finesse, giving you the option to use dexterity. You can still strength attack a finesse weapon and get sneak attack off of it. And to take it the stupid test check further, you can recklessly attack with your strength and get sneak attack damage. Yeah, Rogue Barbarian. Still do the shifter stupidity, so even when you reckless attack, you don't, people within 30 feet of you don't get advantage on you. Yeah. The stupider thing, though, out of that, is primal knowledge. So just imagine, you're raging, you have relentless talent and primal knowledge, so you strength stealth with nothing below a 10 on your die roll. Yeah. That was the part to me that was just like, this feels wrong. Or, on the other side to that as well, you strength survival. Look, I was staying away from multi-class because as far as I could tell, 5th edition, it's multi-class where the breaking happens, and dear God, does it happen. Easy. Damn it, you two! No, that was a attack before. Hey, supply 4x4. Hey, and now a supply vote. Ooh, mystery supplies. Always mystery supplies unless it's book supplies. Yeah, I figured. Look, looking into this stuff is making me want to start doing the thing I told myself I wasn't going to do, and look at all of the different, what? 130... 150, 156 different dual class combinations. Like, we already broke, figured out the stupid with, Bard Rogue. And took it further with the subclasses to make it absolutely ridiculous, which, like I said, while I will probably run the Bard Rogue in your game, I am not running him, at his fullest potential. And, like, I don't have to do Warlock Paladin, because we already know how stupid that is. Technically, 5.5, nerfed Barbarian Paladin. By making all of the smites spells. Even Divine Smite. So there is that. I don't know if there's other ways to make Barbarian Paladin useful, but at least the, you don't have to worry about that anymore. But, like, I can still see some of, like, the spellcastery things. So, like, a Barbarian Bard could still be, or a Bard-Barian, could still be interesting. I just don't know, exactly how it would go. Things like Cleric, Sorcerer, Wizard, it would have to be very specific subclasses, I think, to work well. Oh, actually, speaking of this stuff, have you seen a, upcoming product on D&D Beyond from White Wolf Studios? Oh shit, it's 3:30. Here, yeah. I gotta pause and take the break, but I will leave you with this before I go. They are doing, Vampire the Masquerade, Bound in Blood as a D20 system. You get a new class called Kindred, and they've got 6 clans for subclasses. available with it. So they're making D20 White Wolf, D20 Vampire the Masquerade. I will leave you with that as I now walk away to take my break so pre-roll ads don't happen. Have fun. All right, I'm back. Let's get back to this destruction. Oh. By the way, because I mentioned it there, my brain was obviously thinking of, the whole World of Darkness in D&D thing. And vampires are one thing. I mean, we've sort of had some vampire stuff before, but to get Vampire the Masquerade in D&D, the Kindred, obviously, depending on what they do with the power stuff, that's not the worst thing. It could be scary, but it's not going to be, like, the most broken thing. But as I keep thinking, it's like, okay, so there's... I gotta do the internal walls now on this building. That's vampire. Werewolf could be interesting to get a new, like, a new werewolf class, a new take on werewolf, in D&D, that's more aligned to, again, White Wolf's, the World of Darkness werewolves would be interesting. But the one that would be scariest is if we get a Mage the Ascension book. Unless they are very cautious about the spells. And how they set it all up and everything. Like, I think Mage, the Ascension would be the hardest thing for White Wolf to feasibly bring to D&D. However, Demon the Fallen could be interesting. But yeah, when I saw the Vampire the Masquerade thing on D&D Beyond, or got the little, like, notification about it, and I looked into it quick, I was just like, ah. So yeah, so assuming you heard me, I don't know if you heard me then before I took the commercials about Vampire the Masquerade being now in the, yeah. So just thinking about, like, the future potential. It's like, that's very interesting. Kindred being a class and everything. And it's like, okay, well, to then take the step further and be like, well, next would be Werewolf. Werewolf could work. Again, you know, another, a lycanthrope class and everything. The powers aren't so bad. Mage, on the other hand, would scare me. Like, that's the one that of the like, main three World of Darkness, Mage is the one that I fear would break the game or potentially break the game the most. Yeah, no. I mean, I'm iffy about it too. It's definitely something I want to look into when it comes out, but it's one of those, like, it's a neat concept. So my thing with Mage isn't the spells being broken for Mage, it's what other players will do in giving those spells to non-mages. Like, hey, let's take this spell and rework it as a sorcerer spell or a wizard spell. Now that we have a D20 template for it. It'll depend on how they do, because the class as Kindred, it does have like sort of the blood hunter stuff of you use blood as a resource, from the way it was kind of described in the quick synopsis, which is appropriate for a Vampire the Masquerade vampire. And like, okay, if you bring werewolf, is it going to be along the same lines, except you have Gnosis, that weird energy, and then with mage incorporating both paradox and, well, it's willpower as the main thing, but like incorporating that stuff into the powers is what makes it work. And that's the stuff that I'm like, we'll have to see how the vampire thing goes. But like, while werewolf could be interesting, if they've still got it all, that's where I was thinking like Demon the Fallen, bringing in like a new demons as like a class would be interesting. It's just one of those situations where the whole thing is going to be a lot to think about. Once the book comes out. Hey, a buff vote. I mean, Energize is always useful in these situations. Yeah, we're gonna nestle right up to Horde Night, but not actually get there, I think. That kinda sucks. Mm-hmm. As soon as Energize hits, it's like, okay, now we swing hard. Oh, we're gonna get the break soon, I'm sure. Yep, there it is. Just let it do its thing. Oh, thank you for the repair. Damn. You know what? Since the full roof did fall, I'm gonna use the couple minutes I have left to get rid of this. Since the other stuff does break with a single regular swing. Because even if this won't fall because it's being supported by the debris, once the debris breaks, it's not going to fall on me anyway. So we should be good. Oh, hey, that wall did fall too. Cool. Now, all we have left is debris. I hear you. Where are you? Buried in the debris. Alright. Oh. We still have that tower to get to as well. So hopefully this debris doesn't take too long to clean up. but it shouldn't. We still have another hour. Like a little over an hour left on this stream, so. Alright, now get what's up on this down to a single layer. Alright. Break that. Alright, and now start with this corner. Ugh. Definitely foresee the X needing one more repair. Though we might get through all of this before that happens. Alright, let's clear this out and then we can continue on our path. God, it's a 50-50. We might get through this whole thing. We might have to repair the axe one last time. That should all be metal. Thing is, with each pass, there's less we have to break, but yeah, we are down to our last bit of durability on this axe. Oh, well, I was actually kind of hoping for it to break, but that works. In that case, I'll go ahead and just eat and drink now. So I was going to use the break as a moment to also eat and drink, but hey, the repair helps, so thank you. The repair keeps me from having to use my own repair on it. Oh. Hmm. Oh, well, yeah, we'll hit the 76th day, which will be another drop the, or airdrop day. Hopefully we'll take enough debris down that it won't be an issue. Or, not debris. We'll have taken that down to where it's just debris by then. Yeah, we might even crash the game in taking that down. But looks like we will have this debris before nightfall. Alright. first and foremost. Close the door. Tear it apart. Or oh. Oh, hey, a deer. Not that we need it. We scared the deer away. I don't know why it keeps running away and then running back. Its AI is broken, I think. Oh, that's gonna suck. Okay, good. That looks like it's a solid. Yeah, that'll help. All right, now. Okay. 3, 2, 1. All right. I don't trust how much it might be, so we're just gonna clear the whole 2 layers of the fence at least. Because the fence physics are weird. Well, weird-ish. Now I can drink the coffee. Like, I don't expect the fence to drop when I'm done with everything that I'm doing here. Because it'll technically be being held up by these other structures. Whereas, like, this I should be able... Oh, dear God, that's gonna take forever. Oh well. It is what it is. Our okay, the inventory isn't too bad. And nothing that actually really helps. Then we do have a couple other, like the yucca juice, a couple other drinks we can use. Alright, come on. Trying to think, though. When we start, like I said, the difference between right now and when we start in 3.0 and start tearing tough stuff down, besides the fact that we'll have weaker weapons, or weaker tools, is that stuff like this, I will also tear down. Like, we're gonna set this stuff to, we're gonna try to get every item that we destroy as down to base as possible, and then also, like, take out, cement from the ground and put in, dirt or rock or whatever, cosmetic thing to fill in those holes. So we will be fully destroying every POI. And building our own little, like, corporate office uh, as well. I'm hoping enough of this is metal that it should all be just like the one shot crossed I-beam debris that drops. So yeah, I also don't know. I know it's probably not a big something you're too worried about, but probably end up losing whatever pimp points. I don't know if they'll carry over to the next world or not for you for all the help, but you'll have plenty of time to build it back up. Yeah. I gotta figure out some of the, like, because it can be simple things, I need to look into, like, making some arts and figuring out some sounds to use to make, some channel point redeems and what have you. Alert style things. Alright. Now that the fence is gone, the riskiest part of this starts. Alright, that's the first part. All right. I do have an available point. Yeah, I'm curious what kind of a difference this would make. Dang it. All right. Get ready for the big one here in a second. Hold on. Okay, not a huge difference, but I did see a difference there. All right. It was the deer again. Holy cow. He flew all the way over here? Again, why does that keep happening? Just, it's daytime. Attack vote time. So random attack, Big Mama attack, or question mark. Honestly, doesn't matter. I don't think any of them are going to be too terribly dangerous. Gotta make sure that I am prepared for it this time. Let's stop attacking there. And we get Big Mama, radiated Big Mama attack. All right. There we go. 5 dead glowing Big Mamas. We'll get into the day of the 77th, but we definitely won't be getting to Horde Night at this point. It's going to be well enough into the next thing that's gonna be like more than an hour extra. Because, like, we're here now at almost time for the break, and it's just starting the 76th day. So we'll probably, like, just get through the night of and starting the 77th day. By the time I would normally end stream, I can't do an extra hour. I needs to eat. And somehow it feels appropriate to leave this game on the Horde night. Dear God, we've got so much iron from this location. Because here's the thing. Me. Okay. That's a full inventory there. Look at that. 2 full stacks of iron and another 1,000. Oh, that's a lot of materials. Alright. Back to base to drop this all off. Oh, wait. That's right. I can't pick that up. Alright. Let's see. That we keep. That we keep. And those are downstairs. This goes here. These go there. This goes there. Onto that. There. Downstairs, down, 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 down. Oh. Nice. Yeah, I can understand both. The EDF is a Earth Defense Force is a great one. I'm not on 3.0 yet. I don't want to do the experimental build. I'm waiting for the stable one to come out. But yeah, I've heard good things so far of the 3.0. So I am curious to see that in a bit. Like I said, it'll be interesting. What we're gonna be doing when that stream starts is or when I start that, because we're gonna start a whole new world, is gonna be we're gonna work, be it like we're a demolition crew going in to clear all the like abandoned buildings and everything down the road. So it'll be one man going in, getting rid of everything. We'll see. I don't know if I'll do that, but maybe. All right. That's ammo as well. Put that there. It's a different kind of ammo. Goes there. This goes with food. Let's see. That's cool. Yeah, like I said, it'll be one of those. I'm hoping it's good, but I want to wait to the stable build because I'm sure it's probably not so bad. But I do want to, like I've got right now, I want to run the Twitch integration stuff with it, which is the other reason I might not crank the zombies up, is because I'm gonna have the integration going with it as well. All right, it is a little past time, so give me a second. Yeah, that's part of it. I don't want like the dire wolves, the bear, and the zombie bears and stuff. I don't want it cranked up and be like, here, we're gonna summon this, and it to potentially summon like 20 of them on me. But yeah, give me a second. I gotta run one last bit of ads so the pre-rolls don't show up, and then we'll finish today, the last hour of today's stream. So see you guys in a little bit. All right. Let's get ready for our last bit for today, shall we? Which looks like we got some mushrooms. And I should, since we're gonna have that, let's grab clay 6. Need 5 more. Go. That's the only one we're in the spot of crafting the seeds on. Oh, that's still growing. All right. Well then. Put our motorcycle there. I mean, I know we don't need to do this, but let's go ahead. Sell some crap to the trader. Honestly, I don't know what we're going to do for this last hour. Other than maybe we drive up and kind of face whatever in the irradiated zone. The wasteland, I believe it is noted as.
Or bye.
Alright, what magazines do you have? Hey!
Shit, man. I treat you that good and you don't even fucking tip me.
We unlocked the 4x4! Damn. Now I'm kind of curious about the 4x4. Let's see. 4x4 takes 4 wheels, chassis, accessory, and... Alright. Dear God, I saw what one thing takes, so... Let me track this quick to grab the stuff out of here. The immediate stuff out of here. So, one of the engines, do the level 4 battery. I barely have the wheels. Damn. Okay. So, let's pop 4 wheels. Engine. That. So, next is the chassis. How many steel? How much? I have 8. All right. You don't need anything. All right. Forged steel, 375 minus 8 is 367. Which will take a lot of my iron. Well, while that's happening then, let's replenish iron. Into the system. Alright, so that's that. And then we need... $60 of that. For that. The duct tape's gonna be another annoying one, isn't it? Need 7 more glue. Yeah, I have 13. I need 7 more glue. Which needs water that I don't think I have right now. Alright, make 1 more. For here. Might need it for others. Let's just do 2 of those. Alright. Had to go and kill those zombies again just because. Your way. Yep, there's no way, immediate way at least, to siphon that. Alright. Alright. Since we know what that's gonna be, we'll put that there, there. Then, no, not the truck. The accessory. Okay, good. That's easier. That we might be able to make. It's 49 of that. Okay, so the last thing we need is the bars. How's this doing? Alright, let's craft that. So that's there. So yeah, we just need to get two very specific parts. And we can potentially end this with a 4x with a ride on a 4x4. How long is this gonna take? No, we're not gonna get to 4x4 unless I find steel someplace. Alright, we got two things we can go do while that's doing its thing then. First... go get our airdrop. Oh, wait, what happened to the boat? Weapon supplies, meal supplies are... I guess of those items, book supply. Would be the one that I would prefer. Forge book, grab everything. Oh yeah, I think we did. I want to double check. Did we finish? No, we're still missing the ability to look cool, craft cigar and look cool like a sexual Tyrannosaurus. Alright, don't need that. Those go away. Those go for sale. Yeah, we're halfway between them. Let's go to the one down here first. I grazed him instead of hitting him. Oh well. Alright. Wrecked number 1. Or number 2, technically. You were the second one we found.
Quit gawking. Either buy something or piss off.
Buying all of that. You can take those.
Thank you very much, and now you can go fuck yourself.
Oh, screw you, Wrecked. Only real issue is we may do all this, get the thing built, get to look at how pretty it is, and well, pretty. It is, and probably not get to drive it, partially because of time, but more so because of lack of gas.
Afternoon. What are you, a zombie? Decide already. Shit, man. I treat you that good, and you don't even fucking tip me.
Of course not. You don't deserve a tip, Wrecked. Going to you is like going to one of those restaurants where where you're paying them to make fun of you. Mind you, I'd still tip those people probably. So yeah, whatever. Okay. Well, let's see. Oh, we can turn that off because it's doing nothing. This goes here. This goes here. Pop that there. Let's get the healing put away just while we have the moment now. Where's okay. So with it set, we've got that much time, and then the chassis takes... That's another 7 minutes there between make the chassis, make the thing. Alright, oh, while it's doing that... Okay. Cool, we got some gas. I'll take nourishment, that's not the worst thing. Awesome. We got 500. We hit 500. That was my goal. $500 should be plenty of gas to get just a little trip to feel what the 4x4 feels like in the last few moments of whatever this day ends up being. Alright, that goes there. That goes there. That goes there. Tear that apart. Hold on to that. That's all together. Out of curiosity, gas is oil shale. Screw it. I don't need food anymore. Yeah. 11 minutes now at this point. So 5:13-ish. All right. Well, did we? So we're still like 20 levels away from that. Okay, if that we're at 38, so that would have been 50. Yeah, we're 12. We were 12 away from getting the better repair tool. That's fine. We finished those. Damn. Machete was at 36, and so 35 finished the hunting knife, and then damn. Alright, fine. We made this, so we never got to that. Close, though. We almost got to make the crossbow. Yeah, we finished that. I'm not worried about explosives, really. Almost got the stun baton. We were on the last tier of armor. We were one book away from the steroids? Damn. Yeah, we finished those. Oh, let me look at speaker. They were all at 45. Damn. Okay. So we were 5 points away from the second tier of electronics. The basic electronics, we could have, like, done some basic trap stuff by setting up electrified tripwire posts along our thing, which we might do on the next one. Though I guess maybe we need this to make that fully working. Wow, we got a crucible, but we were one away from being able to make the crucible. And we did at least get to the 4x4, we just never got to the gyrocopter. Alright, Art of Mining. I mean, never actually came to a need for that. The diamond tipped blade mod might have been useful to make. I didn't even realize that we had miners thrive on coffee, harvest 10% more from all ores. Oh well, we weren't really harvesting from that anyway. I know we had that because we made the blackstrap coffee. Oh yeah, that lets you do the like turn. 6,000 brass into a stack. Useful, but I wonder if that included buildings falling on us. And then, of course, this is the main one we're gonna hope. Book 7 of Art of Mining is the one. If this all stays the same, that's gonna be the big one we want next world. Got all of this stuff, which why do 10% more damage as long. Well, not that we ever did that. Less degradation. Drum mag. Hipfire accessories greatly increase. Well, Yeah, barely got anything in batter up. It's 10% more damage, 20% less stamina. Slow them with power. Power attacks increase chance to knock down. There's the slower radiation, ragdoll enemies, and chain modification, and then refill how much? Like if it's just a, oh, you killed with a power attack, bam, full stamina. That's kind of disgusting. We did get all this, which honestly, the 7th curse thing, rarely seemed useful because we killed most thing before we got the 7 hits. More water, fireman's mod. Yeah. That's useful. Dude, that's not too bad. And okay. That's where whipping wet or bike lasted longer. That's not bad. Yeah, last thing we were missing was the damage to safes, which would have given us more lock picking in loot, break into locks 20% faster, and have a 10% lower chance to break your lockpick. Bad. Did get all of Hunter's Journal, which is 10% to everything, and then harvest more bones, meat, and leather from animals. Got all of Lucky Looters near the end there, which was nice. Definitely got a lot of the books. I am not surprised though that we didn't get all of them. And dear God, the amount of levels we're gonna have to get everything. All right, we're 4 minutes away. And then the 7 minutes to craft, so we're gonna have just a little bit of time at the end of the stream to actually drive the 4x4. Question is, oh, I don't need to expand the seating capacity. All right, let's be simple about it. Open. All right. We have almost 3,000. That should be more than enough gas. Oh, it's motorcycle chassis. Oh, dear God, I almost did the wrong thing. Oh, shit. 25. I remembered it as 350 when it's 375. might not get the time. So that's another 4 minutes on top of that. We'll take a little extra time just to ride the vehicle. I mean, it's going to be nighttime anyway here, so whatever. We'll ride it at night. Damn, to get the fullest benefit out of that, we need to get to strength 7. That's gonna suck. At least we'll get, like, the biggest point is to get the magazines out of leveling everything up a little bit, because we're gonna do the weird leveling with the um 3.0 build. All right. Part of it will depend on what we see, but like I'll probably get a level of Boomstick to get Shotgun Weekly, a level of Pummel Pete to get big hitters, a level of Skullcrasher to get hammered. You know, I'm gonna pick and choose early on for certain things, because like the initial points I'll probably get this first tier just to get the tool, make sure we get Tool Digest. Like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna worry about weapons as much. Scrapping for fun, I want to say is, yeah, salvage tools. So like, I'd want to get salvage tools. I want to get, actually, yeah, easiest thing. So Miner 69er boosts my chance of getting this, so we pick that up. Like the night we can actually, assuming it keeps this, we can look at that stuff to see what we need. So advanced engineering to get the Handyland book, salvage to get scrap for fun, brawler to get furious fists, deep cuts. So like chances are all of these different things will prioritize which books we want to see and work on leveling that stuff to up our odds of getting the magazines. Oh. Of course, it'll also depend. If it turns out we can turn on certain uh alpha build stuff that means we don't even necessarily require the magazines, we can go back to learn through doing. That would be a whole different ball game. like obviously we'll still have to look for magazines and everything, but I won't necessarily, yeah, like it'll depend. I'll have to look and see what the options are. Yeah, they're officially hit nighttime. Three, two, one, and there. Craft the 4x4 chassis. Now we wait on that. As soon as that's done, we grab it and craft the 4x4. We didn't grab any. Yeah, no, we didn't finish anything else. We wanted to make sure. I'll also have to look into what if there's any extra Twitch a cheat challenges to do. Oh. With any luck, Monday we'll have 3.0 stable. Like I said, if not, worst case, I mean, I'll be doing solo runs unless people end up joining, but I will use Thursday, Friday for some Destiny 2 time, doing Grasp of Avarice to get a thing I need there, so all depend on what happens. Otherwise, I'll still be running Grasp of Avarice on my own throughout the week, because I want to get a full set of Tier 5, and I'm expecting Grasp of Avarice to be a featured dungeon next week on Destiny. Then we can make the Hunter Beyblade really disgusting. There we go. Just 3.5 minutes away from having a truck. Interesting that perception makes just makes the salvage stuff do more damage. Yeah, we're gonna have to really look into leveling up multiple stats. On the next build if we do this. Mainly it looks like unless things change. We need perception for salvage operation to get the salvaging tool. We need strength from Miner 69er for the other tools. I think that's 2. Right, because it's like we want Miner 69er and salvaging operation. The repair tools from advanced engineering aren't as important. These are the 2 that I want to try to level up as fast as possible. Which also means leveling up their appropriate stat and trying and working on them being less, but we will be trying to get weapons stuff from things like that as well, just to make sure we get everything. Like, I don't want to do it and end up cool, we've got, high tier salvaging things and crap weapons, so we're dying as we're trying to salvage because we can't kill the zombies because we're hitting them with wooden clubs while using an auger to take down the frickin' building. Yeah. Oh, it can't wear the vehicle armor? Interesting. Alright, go in there for now. It wouldn't even let me attempt to put it down inside, will it? That's fine. There's our majestic 4x4. Let's gas her up. What trees? Dear God, we put that much gas and it's only got 15%. Damn. I heard a zombie. Where are you? Hi. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Yeah. Aw, that's sad. I'd have loved. Like, I know if you don't like first person mode, you can hit tilde and play the game in third person mode, which is whatever. It would have been so great if you could have done the opposite, hit tilde and actually get like first person view in the vehicle. Roadkill. What kind of storage does this vehicle have? Oh, damn. Oh, yeah. Not what I meant to do. Alright, well, we have seen it. That is going to be where we end here, which is kind of perfect. So yeah, like I said, next week, hopefully 3.0 will be done. This is it for the 2.6 world. I'm not gonna delete it, obviously, just in case I want to do more with this down the road, depending on what happens when we update to 3.0 with it. But we'll be back with that next week. As for tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday is still going to be platforming gaming for the next little bit till we get through the Mega Man games. So we'll start up Mega Man X5 because that's the one we're on now. So it'll be X5 as we try to finish the Mega Man X Legacy Collection. As always, hope you guys enjoyed the stream today, and I will see you all next time. So, later.